Good evening and welcome. Did the schedule say something else? I don't know. Couldn't it just be saying Factorio? Let me check. Click, 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 click. Oh, right, okay. Well, this one should also just be Factorio, but it looks fine. There we go. Looks okay, I think. There. Well, we are going to try to solve a few problems we have in Factorio at this moment. So the base is down. There. The base is working quite well, and I'm trying to sort of let it run and just see kind of how it works when it's in a steady state. Because every time I switch to a non-research productivity, then I use twice as much science, and then everything kind of runs out. So that's the gaming perspective for today, and I think that by today and tomorrow, day and Wednesday, we will probably have that problem solved or give up on it. To watch together on the team. Well, that's nice. Final Frontier, yes, indeed. It's one of those things where it's probably not doable, but we're gonna give it the good old college try, because our UPS has dropped below 30, which is kind of insufferable, but yeah, that's kind of how it is. And if we throw more sort of hardware at the problem, or not hardware, but more spaceships at the problem, then we're just going to slow it down even further into a point where we can't really play. It also means that when it says, for example, oh, this research, if it continues at the current rate, then it's 3 hours until completed. And it's like, oh, that's 6 hours. So that's a long time, because everything is just doubled up, even if it was running smoothly for ever and ever. So that's a lot of challenges there. Anyway, other stuff, I don't know. You guys throw something at me that we'll do a little talk about. I have topics, but I don't think they're kind of, yeah. So I need a haircut, as you can tell. It's the third week where I go to my hairdresser and it still says closed because of vacation. And it's like, I know that it was 2 weeks, and then I started coming back, and it still says so. It's been at least 5 weeks of vacation, so maybe he's never coming back. And I'm honestly kind of desperate, so I need to solve that somehow. But anyway, minor issue. More importantly is, yeah, I was considering making channel update video. So let's say I do a channel update video, and I don't want to make it too long. What should I talk about? Like the usual stuff is like, hey, these are the upcoming games. This is what we're playing now. But is there anything else that would fit into a channel update about sort of, well, how are things going? What do we want to know about? I had to source a Danish dough whisk. I have no idea what that is. Dough whisk. The right, Kev. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. Much appreciated.
It fills you with
Dough whisk. I don't know. Share a picture of it, whatever it is, because I'm curious what it is, and I'll go like, oh, that thing. Okay. Special item for making bread. I figured that much. But, like, what? Hello, Rendermax. Yeah, so is there anything you want to hear about? Anything you are curious about? Or something you feel that there's missing an update about? That I should put into a channel update? Then, by all means, let me know. Special item making bread. Weird. Right. And then next week I still have no idea what we're going to be playing, but that's okay. We'll find something, and maybe we'll just figure out that Factorio is not quite done yet. But that's just how it is. Yeah. I'm completely, like, today has been like a somewhat productive day. I got a video out, which is something. A little bit late though, but it did get out, so that was okay. Kind of making progress on the Megabase. Kind of thinking like there's maybe 5 episodes left, and then that's kind of it for that. Maybe a little bit more. So, yep. What kind of games are you looking at? That's a problem. I don't really know what games I'm looking at because I don't really have any interesting things. Danish bread mixer. Let me see what that is. I have never seen that before. That's a weird thing. And what's the point of that? Danish dough whisk. Huh. I guess it's not a Danish as in the country, but more Danish as in pastry. Would be my guess. It's for making pastry and not for as in Danish, not as in something you use in Denmark. But would you prefer a base building, Souls-like, a kind of, or other stuff? I don't know. Anything that captures my interest. Like, I loved Blueprints. It was so amazing. It was just perfect timing to get a game like that. And it can be like a puzzle game. It can be like Souls game. Not really, because I'm not going to play Night Rain. And that's the only one that's on the agenda. And the next Souls game that's going to come out is going to be Mortal Shell 2, and that's next year. So not any of that before that. I don't think... There might be like adventure games of sorts that come out sort of out of the blue, but I don't know. Did you finish Blueprints? Yes, I got the first, second, and the normal ending and 2 additional endings, but not the last of the secret endings. We played Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, we played Ghost of Tsushima, and we played also the Ghost of Tsushima when it released again. But then there is something about Ghost of Tsushima. There's another one. There's a Ghost of Tsushima 2 coming out or something. So, or Ghost of something else. In the Souls game realm, did you play from Armored Core? Yes, I did play it, and I absolutely hated it. It's a shooter, and I don't do shooters. So it might have had like the rich world building of From Software and the sort of level progression and all that stuff, but it was wrapped up in robots shooting, and it was so frantic. Yeah, so it was I got really annoyed with it very quickly because that 3D control was just not something for me. Flying around, boosting, jumping, shooting, turning, all that stuff. Just not what I love about um, what I love about that. Yeah, I know Lies of P and also this Expedition 33, and I know the Expedition 33 should be really amazing. I just don't really. It's not pulling me in. Ghost of Yotei, it's not quite a sequel, but almost. I mean, it's the same company, it's the same engine, it's the same concepts. It might not be sort of it's set in the same world in a succession, but it's yeah, it's the same. It's as much as a sequel as one Assassin's Creed is to another Assassin's Creed. Anything like is there anything like Talos Principle? No, there's one about Tesla Lab coming out sometime, unannounced when, but that looks interesting. It looks a little bit like Blueprints and Talos Principle. Um, can't remember what it's called. House of Tesla, that's what it's called. And there's no release date, 23rd of September. I'm actually going to put that into my calendar so it doesn't sort of get lost. That's right around the corner. Release House of Tesla and color it. There, good. So we know that. That's actually coming out pretty soon, like a month from now. And then on the 28th of August will be Darkest Dungeon. So I think that I think we'll be sort of leaving Factorio on the side for a while and then going into some completely different games like Darkest Dungeon and then House of Tesla afterwards. So that's the plan. Yeah. I love the Frantic, yeah. I saw the one and looked quite interesting. Maybe you could play the earlier game of the company to get a feel for it. Is there another earlier game of that Blue Brain Games? Oh, the House of Da Vinci. Is that it? What? Yeah, I think we looked at that. I didn't play it, but I don't think. Well, it's from 2017, so it's a little bit old. But yeah, I'm not gonna be jumping into that. It's fine to have something a month from now. Also, don't want to be sort of choking myself on puzzle games because they're never very popular here on the channel, and for obvious reasons. But I enjoy them, and it's a nice sort of change of pace. And then at some point in the fall, we'll have Star Rupture and maybe Dyson Sphere. You know, I'm actually quite happy that we get to complete Factorio sort of completely before Dyson Sphere comes out, and then we can go into Dyson Sphere and then jump in and spend like I don't know 2-3 months on just Dyson Sphereing the hell out of it. So, and then you know what? Maybe Satisfactory will come up with something. I don't know. So thanks, but don't doubt my enthusiasm. Awesome. But yeah, I don't know. We'll jump in and see how it works. Maybe it'll be super frustrating, or maybe it'll be like, it feels super samey. Whatever, we don't know. So it'll be. I hope it'll just be nice and chill and fun and just having a good time. And then we'll see. Other games sort of come out of the woodworks suddenly, and then we'll just jump in. Titan Quest 2. Doesn't. It sounds like something I should know what it is. What is that? RPG, action RPG, hack and slash, action 3D. None of those names, those tags sound like something I'd want to play. Yuck. You. Yeah, it's a Diablo clone. Yeah, take Diablo 2 on. But why would I play Diablo? They even have like bulbs, a blue and a red and a blue bulb. Okay, yeah, that's just the Diablo clone. That has absolutely no interest. I don't know why you would think that would have any interest around here. Yeah, I don't play games that are just frantically clicking because they will absolutely destroy my wrist, and it's absolutely not interesting at all. Art of Reflection. reflection. Oh, that looks awful. Okay, that looks very much like the gameplay has to carry it, because the graphics sure as hell don't. Yeah, that looks very... I don't think I could play that. It looks interesting. Like, interesting concept. But it just... it bothers me how it just doesn't look good enough. And I think it has an interesting concept. I'm gonna tag it because you never know. I really don't think it looks nice enough. It looks too... yeah, I don't know. Too much like a tech demo. And I know that I'm a snob for just grading games on graphics, but I've been around from games looking like shit, and I don't need to go back to it. So, yeah. But I think it's interesting. I remember also this game that something with the light, where you sort of had to move the light, and you could only move the light or something like that. It was really interesting concept. So, yeah, I love these kind of puzzle games, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Thank you for recommending it anyway. Right, so let's not turn it into a what about new games, because we can always look at that. I'm still very interested in having talks about stuff, and I don't know if it's interesting to hear me talk about stuff that's kind of on the rant topic, but it's also like something where I can put a big fat disclaimer in the beginning and go like, this is not gaming content. If you're only interested in gaming content, don't watch this. This is more of sort of a talk on something. And I don't know if it probably doesn't make sense. So I hate that I can't do it. But I can't really destroy my business for something that I want to do. So that's the conundrum that I'm stuck in. Really good graphics doesn't even realistic game graphics. No. I mean, Ashen Jedi, I completely agree. Darkest Dungeon is a great example of something that has a very distinct artistic feel, and it's not advanced graphics or anything like that. I mean, probably there's a little bit in the Darkest Dungeon too, but it looks amazing because it looks the way... like, also Valheim has a really cool feel to it, even though it's like jarring pixels everywhere. So there's something about, like, it can be simplistic if it is deliberately stylized, I think. So when I played Slay the Spire, for example, that's probably the most egregious example. When I looked at it, it was like, oh, okay, so that's placeholder graphics. It was not placeholder graphics. That was just what it was. And I was like, oh, I can't really do that. Like, please put in an effort to make like nice assets, especially like stuff you're gonna see again and again and again and again in a game like this. And there aren't that many assets, so put in a little bit of effort to it. And I know that it was successful despite the graphics, but yeah, I don't know. There's a certain aesthetic to it that I'm gonna look at it. It's also a matter of what it looks like on screen. So that if people just tune in and it's not Factorio, then you shouldn't be like, I can't look at this, and go leave. But it'll be like, oh, this looks cool. What is this even? So, that has to not scare people off. Doing the bug. Good to see you. Welcome back. Now we can get started, right? Doot. This is not loading. Wait, event list. Not that many events, but whatever. Megabasing, that one. Okay, so I am going to explain a lot of stuff. Why are we here? Oh, we're here because I just recorded an episode. I don't want to be here. Yeah, Okay, so let's have a look. No, I can't. I need to go here. I wonder if I could do this. Oh yeah, now it's production. Okay, here's the thing. This is on a 1 hour cycle. And here we have our science. Do you see a problem? 1 million science, and then come back up. And if we look at 10 hour, you can see it basically has the same issue here. And that's the issue we're going to be solving today. So let me try to explain. How's the game handling it? Not well. We're down to 27 updates. So, not well. What we have is we have 4 ships. These 4 ships are all operating on a on a 50-minute cycle. This one is heading out, so maybe that's actually easier to see this cycle here. Yes, 50-minute cycle. So it starts from here. This is 54 minutes ago, and until 6 minutes ago. So that's a 48-minute cycle. Okay, so 48-minute cycle is what it's operating on. It spends 30 minutes consuming all of the eggs. It goes out and comes back in. And this is the Prometheum chunks it's harvesting. And our problem with this is that gap, this part here. So when it is producing, it's producing 17,000. 17,000 divided by 60. That's 283 per second times 4. That's plenty. If it could produce if it could be producing, if it could keep producing like this, then like all the way through, I would have plenty of Prometheum science. So can I extend this? Like obviously there's no way to extend beyond this because they have a 30-minute spoil time, and the only way to get higher than 30-minute spoil time is to get like higher quality eggs, and that's like a nightmare I don't even want to get into, because that would also mean higher quality Prometheum chunks and higher quality quantum chips. Here's the warning. Spiders about to spawn. I'm putting this warning up every time because I want to see that it's stable. So this triggers when there's 4.3 eggs left. It doesn't actually trigger. It triggers when it has counted up to 100,000 since the first egg came on board. And then I just need to check that it is actually able to consume all of this in the time it has left. And then maybe we'll sort of lower it. But if we suddenly see something where it has like 50,000, then something has gone wrong. But it has been operating pretty stable. But I want to see this, which means, unfortunately, we're going to be listening to this amazing sound 4 times every hour, I guess. 4 times every 48 minutes. And you can see how well we're burning through this. There's 1 minute and 11 seconds left. And we're down to 2,000. So it's really cutting it close. We'll really just optimize this. What about the ASMR factor? Isn't this the ASMR? Soft, gentle sirens in your living room. We can cut it a little bit down. But I need to be able to hear it. And then now there's 600, and we want to see how much. It should be like 46 minutes. And it's very quiet now. And there we go. So it goes through the last 185. Nice. So that is very impressive. Since the Prometheum is not empty, it could be increased by more production. Yes and no. Yes, of course it could. But that means more collection, more storage, more of these. And it would be like a completely overhaul of a completely different design of the ship. So, as you can see with this kind of design, probably more visible here. This one is actually the best one. This is a very neat shape. So if I was to increase the production, then I would, this graph here, this area underneath the orange graph, has to be equal to the amount of I consume in this time here. Because if it's not, then I'm running out. So if I'm consuming more, I also have to collect more. If I'm collecting more, I have to travel further out. And if I travel further out, it takes more time. Or I have to make a wider ship, which then becomes slower. But then it's going to get wider, and that means I need to redesign it. So it is about finding the balance with the ship that you have. If I make a ship produce faster, it's running out of promethium. If it runs out of promethium, I have to send it further out or make it wider. And if it sends it further out, then it's going to take longer time, because it's actually not. It's the loop here is based on making sure that I have enough promethium to sort of continue on a continuous loop. So it's the promethium collection that's actually dictating the length or the time, the duration of my loop, not the production. So yeah, so that's why it can't. So it's not as simple as that. What I could do is, of course, I could say, well, what if I bring out some more eggs in stored form? That's actually what I want to experiment with. Bring out some stored eggs, and then work on those, getting them into some kind of setup, right? If after one, okay, just start the X round. If after one round trip you come home with more than that, you start to reduce the time to lower. If not, then increase. That's exactly why. That's exactly what I have done, and this is why this number is 1050 seconds, because that is exactly what needs to happen in order to retain a steady supply with a little bit of margin. So with productivity modules, maybe productivity modules, and maybe the overgrowth soil. So it's really complicated to fix it. But if I said, okay, let's say somehow we're getting 135,000 eggs in normal format, and then for somehow magically 35,000 eggs that we put in cold storage and then crack open and use for the return trip. Well, the problem is that then I'd have to extend the trip further out, because now currently I'm using 165 times 2.5. Yeah, I'm using 412.5 thousand. 412,000 promethium chunks on a round trip to consume all of this. But if I was going this one up to 200, then I'd need 500,000. And that means the trip would also have to go out and collect more. And we can see that it kind of peaks here. It doesn't get higher than 22,000. So this is the maximum we can consume, or we can absorb. I think we've looked at some of the other ones. 22, maybe this one spikes a little bit up there, but 22, I think we can count on 22 being the maximum. Okay, so then with this calculation, this is this one minus 412,500. Yeah, that would mean I need 87,500 divided by 22,000, because that's the maximum we can get out at the maximum reach, because that's part. I mean, they will expand the trip by 4 minutes. So that means it's not going to run on a 48-minute cycle. It's going to run on a 52-minute cycle, which then again means that then I'm making, instead of 165, each of these become times 3. This is the amount of science it becomes. No, that's way too much. There. This is how much science it gets. And then if I was switching it up to do this part, no, 165, this one, and then divided by 48 minutes, that gets us 171 per second. But what if the same thing was that, but then it's not 48, but 52? It's better, but it's not like a massive amount better. Absorb more chunks. That's a complete overhaul of a completely new ship, and I'm not going to do exactly that at this point. So I think we want to go to novice, and then I'm dropping off at novice. So absorb more chunks. That's not really that's not feasible with the ship design I have. And then you could go like, well, then redesign it. Yeah, we can always keep redesigning and make it wider and wider and wider and wider and wider. And it's no matter what, then you can always just go like, why don't you just make it bigger? And there's a logistical issue as well of managing the flow here, of just getting it around and moving it. And when it gets bigger, it gets more cumbersome to work with. So there is that. Anyway, so that's the conundrum we have. Like, we can always just say, why don't you just make the ship bigger? We just made it bigger. It's now 6 chunks wide, and you can go, well, I know you make it 8 chunks wide. Yes, of course I can make it 8 chunks wide. But then you would say, why not make it 10 chunks wide? And so on and so forth. The one thing, though, that if I look at this ship and think about how it's performing and how it's not performing, then I don't actually have enough of these chunks here, of these cargo bays. Not because of storage. Storage is fine. But it's because of the receiving. I cannot receive the 165,000 biter eggs in one go. I'll have to receive it in 2 goes. So that means there's going to be a lag of 20 seconds or something. And that's adding. Very big ship would impact the entire game even more. Got to keep it playable after all. Yes. So. Yeah, so this is the idea that I have is I think that I have plenty of ammo. Like, this peaks at 4K. And this is just kind of nothing, right? So it peaks at around 4K rockets. And if I look at the production here, I have 4 of these. That's 123. I think that's 120 times 60. That's 7,200. So I'm consuming more than half. Hello, Banjo. Think that a 5 million signs per minute is at all possible, not including Promethium. I don't think so. If you are excluding Promethium, then you can cheat all you want. But if you include Promethium, then no, it's not. I don't think so. On separate CPU core, how's space running? All ships on single core? I don't know. I don't think... I think that space ships are a little bit different. They're also just a layer, so they can probably be... I don't know. They're independent, so they could be treated like another planet. Could you collect more and bring more home? Then send Promethium to the surface, and then send it to stationary ships that do a lot of the science production. Let's turn this one down. Every time you see this. There we go. The Promethium here is 10 per rocket. Maxing out bot speed until you get teleporting bots. That's not how incremental speed increases work. Also, it's kind of expensive to get robots here. 262 million for that update, which isn't really that important for me. So, yeah. Bringing more home and then dropping it off. It's definitely an option. But if we think about it, then think about it in rocket logistics. Because each one of these requires 2.5 rockets just for Promethium. and a tenth of a rocket and a 200th of a rocket, right? So 2.5 rocket for 30 science. That's really not a great deal. I didn't realize the cost increase on bots. Yeah, it just keeps getting, I think it's like 20% or something. We got this one. And then what's the next one? No, it's just doubles. It just doubles. So it gets a little bit out of hand very quickly. And this research is already a little bit expensive. So. Really? You should be done now. Oh, you're not quite done. Almost done. 54. We need ships to be able to dock to each other. Yeah, absolutely. Mouse speed only helps with personal bot. That's not at some point. It's unrealistic to get much beyond where I am at right now. According to Google, ships and planets don't run on the same core. They are treated as different maps. If you go with the soil clever, we'll need a lot of stone probably. That's still not going to be an issue, I think. Well, let's do some calculations. Woo, math. Yeah, baby. Right? Oh yeah, of course not. Silly me. Are you considering finishing space exploration? I am definitely not considering finishing space exploration because that's a vanilla mod pack, and then I'd have to replay it just for the if it's even released for Space Age, and I would not touch that mod. I don't find it fun at all. I find it impressively made, but not fun at all. Excruciatingly unfun. It made me hate Factorios. That's how unfun it was. Cool. Let's think about this in a different way. What if this one requires green and red, and it requires 5 of each? So let's start by saying, what if we get a one rocket launch of rockets of green circuits? So what if you have 2,000 of this? Then we're also going to have 2,000 of this. Actually, that's a minus because that's kind of these are be consumed. And then how much would that craft? I actually should make how many? This is 1 plus 2. So this is. I'm going to mark that as number of rockets. So how much would this make? Each of these require 5, so I divide this by 5. That's 400, and then I get the 50% productivity, so that is 600 of these. Good. Then I'm going to make another one where I start by saying, what if we are consuming 600 of this? Then I know that we're going to get... oh, it's 4. Ugh, 4 to 1. Okay. So this becomes 115. 150 plus the productivity 225 there. And then in the meantime, it's going to be 5 of each of those, yeah? 150 times 5, that's 750. So it's minus 750 and minus 750. Yeah, this one doesn't work. Okay, please let me know if I'm getting this completely wrong. Then we are starting by saying you're consuming minus 225 of this. It's also 4. That's kind of shitty items here. So maybe I should just multiply the whole thing by 2 just to get... No, because then it doesn't really get... Yeah, but whatever. 8,000. And multiply by 4, so it's 24. And this one is then This is 3,000. And this is then 900. Okay. So now I'm getting 900 here. Okay, so if I have 900 of this, then the output is going to be 900 divided by 4. That is 225. 225 times 1.5. 33. Okay. 337.5. Well, we're not going to get that. There we go. So that means egg-wise, minus 337, and 5 times this. An awful number. Okay. So now if I look at this, I'm getting 8,000 plus 12,000 plus 4.5, 4.6,000 plus 337 eggs. That gets me 337. Oh, that should actually be, that's correct. All these are incorrect. This one would be divided by 4 is 6. And multiplied by 5. So this one is correct, but this one is not correct. So the calculation would be 225 times 5. There, good. Just as I was quoting it, I realized the mistake. All right, so this is what we'd want inbound. So it's basically like 4,000 blue, 8,000 green, 12,000 red, and on top of that, 225. So what do we get out of this? Well, once we process it, then I process all of that, 337, and then I get 337 divided by 4. $84. And now, oh, right, that's minus. So that means, so if we look at this, 84 eggs is what I get out of this. And I use 4,000 rockets, 8,000 or 4,000 blue, 8,000 red, green, 12,000 red. And okay, so what if we're now converting this into rockets, how many rockets would that be? For the green circuits, it would be 4 rockets. For the reds, it would be 12 rockets. So that's 16 rockets. And then another 14 rockets. So 16 plus 14, that's 30 rockets. Okay, so plus this one is 3 rockets. So 33 rockets is what I need. Good. And that means we have a ratio of eggs to rocket that is 84 divided by 33. That's pretty fucking awful, right? It basically means that we get 2.5 eggs per rocket. All right, that's actually true. I also get some quality back again. That's actually really important. That's a really good point. Oh, these, yeah, really good point. That actually changes the deal a lot. So that means I am getting 37 divided by 4. I also get 84 of these, which should then be subtracted up here. Nope. Times 4 because it's, yeah, okay. Uh-huh. How many biolabs can you feed off of one belt? Can you feed off of one belt? Line. 2 sciences per belt. 32. Like this. 31. Let's do it on this side. There. That consumes 118.5. So when we complete this, we can start knocking out. I did knock out a few of these because I want this to be... I want this to go to as close above 1 million as possible. And now you can see we are dipping. And that's because these are... this is coming back. This is coming back. This is coming back. This is going out. And this is still 350 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. This is 50 kilometers away from the edge. And this one's 170 kilometers. So Magmaril is the first one to come back in. How do you divide an egg in half? Split it. Okay, and then this will be... 421.25. No, 421. Always write down. There. That gets a little bit better, but not much. We still... Actually, the part that gets better is mainly the fact that I can now lower this number. 900 minus 337, the ones I get back. So that means this one is only 53 there. What a lovely number. Right? Yes. No, that's not correct. This one has to still consume 900, right? Yes, it's still consuming 900, but it's this one. It's this one that only has to produce 563. And then the other ones have to be calculated downwards as well. So that means 2400 divided by... That means this one is 150... One, 8, 7, 7. Is there a way to only take eggs out of the spawner when there's a request for them? Yes, there's. There's a space request for them, yes. Well, always, also, yeah, you can. That's what I do. $4,300, looking good. And so this one's happy. Good. I will turn this volume down. And then we'll go back. This calculation here. But now that one also has to be done as well, redone here. So this one is 1,500 divided by 1.5, that's 1,000, and times 5? Okay, so thanks to the reprocessing here, it now much less quantities. So now it's 3 for the green, 8 for the red, 3 plus 8, that's 11. And then the blues, 2500 divided by 3, that's 9. So 9, that's 20 plus 3. So it's now 23 rockets. Much better. Okay, that's a little bit much. And then we get to the 84 divided by 23. So now it's 3.5, or it was also rounded up. So it's about 4 eggs I get per rocket. That's one option. The other option is, what if I am crafting all of this shit in space? Now it sounds feasible, but I don't think it actually is. Because let's say that we want a specific number of eggs crafted. Then let's say my take is 35,000. Let's say I want 35,000 eggs crafted this way. Well, you can see this one. This is 84. So if I'm saying I need 35,000 and then divided by 84, that means I need 416 of these cycles. You can see that 416 times 7,500, that's 3.1 million red circuits I need for this, which is a little bit much. So again, it just seems completely infeasible for us to move productivity modules in bulk to spaceships. I feel I've come to the same conclusion before, but now I'm a little bit more desperate, so it's worthwhile doing the calculations again. Also because I have casually built, I don't know, 1,200 rocket silos, so yeah. And yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. Like 23 rockets. Yeah, if I get 23 rockets of 50, then I get 1,100 of these. And then I would divide that by 4. That would give me 287.5 biter eggs. So it's much better to craft them on Nauvis and launch them. Which is also better, because then I can just have a constant production and go like launch, 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 which is better. So the first thing we can conclude is the spaceship will not, under any circumstances, craft this. Making the, I don't know what, science on Nauvis and training, belting it in or Volcanus production. Doesn't matter. That's not what makes the difference. It's the same. It's the if the production is the same, whether you belt it or train it in or you spaceship hop it over, it's going to be the same thing. No eggs. Okay. Okay, so now we have concluded definitively that productivity modules will not be crafted in space. That's just not working. The issue is, though, they would be much rather be made on Volcanus. No, they wouldn't, because then, yeah. Yeah, how do I do this, actually? Yeah. Okay, so let's scrap this idea for now and look at another idea. That other idea is called overgrowth soils. So, overgrowth soils are interesting. First of all, they can only be made on Gleba, which is awful. They have 10 eggs, which means that one rocket launch is, where does it say, 14? Awful. I don't know why it's like 14. It's 1/7 of a stack. But anyway, so this is 14 times 10. That's 140 per rocket divided by 4. If I just delete it, that's 35 per rocket. So that's much better than the 12.5 I get for this part. The disadvantage of this one is that it needs seeds. That's a problem. It needs biter eggs on Gleba, which is actually the big deal breaker. I think, because that could interfere with our launching of everything else. And then it needs the soil, which I can't remember, but that's more seeds. Okay. Yeah, I think the problem is that it's going to need a hell of a lot of seeds. Quality signs on volcanoes could help with transportation issue. No. Yes, transportation issue, but you've now just made your production a million times worse to save a little bit on transportation, which is, again, completely inconsequential. So if you look at these transporters I have here, like this one, like I just set it up, 128,000. Done. Launch, get it, fly back. Easy. Launching more is not really a problem. You can ship artificial soil into Navis and make it here. Crafting surface conditions. Crafted on Gleba. No, I cannot. Crafting surface condition. No. It is not possible. It has to be made. So that is not working. Which means this is a huge setup on Gleba. Is that something? Biodome with Gleba condition. I have no idea what biodome with Gleba condition. I don't know. Yeah. So if we look at this, like we can go through all the options we have. We can go capture biter spawners. They have rocket capacity 1, so that's not good. This one is also irrelevant. We can't use biolabs because biolabs recycle onto themselves, so that's no good. Then there's this one we know, and this is irrelevant, and this one which we kind of are working at. So the only options are the productivity modules and the overgrow soils. So be another ship just for that, wouldn't it? Yes, like the Promethean ones with the new epic item. Yes, it would, but it would still... It just creates traffic, and they might sort of launch incorrectly of each other, because the one that would ship like 200,000 back and forth, and it would just suddenly get in and interfere with the other ones because it would be going back and forth. The other ones come back every 50 minutes, and when it collides, well, that's going to be a little problematic once in a while. This one. Yeah, that's coming in, and this one's also coming in. Good. There we go. All in one batch. Yeah. But you are never it's fast enough. There we go. And we're off. Heading toward Clever. Yeah. So I'm thinking that the only option is that we actually make it with this. So my options are make 2 more ships. Kind of sucks, right? Or make 1 more ship and get a hell of a lot more productivity going, which is also a little bit ambitious since our remaining estimate is infinite. So just 1 more ship would be doing it. The transport for the eggs would, yeah, okay. So what I would do is I would basically just take some space up here and basically have a recycler. It wouldn't really wouldn't need very much. It would just go in here and recycler, and then it would only start working once the biters are diminished. Not considering uncommon Prometheum. No, I'm not. I have thought about it. It's not the worst idea, but then the question is, okay, so the trade-off with uncommon Prometheum is that I would need to pass it through a hell of a lot of yeah, okay, let me show you the problem. The problem is this. Do I even have Prometheum on this planet? I don't know. Sometimes I maybe have dropped it down or something. Nope, not a single one. Okay, so if I was putting Prometheum in here, This is speed 1, and it's 24.8. Let's call it 25% chance of upgrading. That means it takes 4 in, and then one of them gets upgraded, and the other 3 disappears. So that means, first of all, the first problem that I have is that at the peak, or basically at this point, I need to consume here 14,000. So I need to be able to process 14,000. That's 233 promethium per second I need to process. That's a lot. In order to sort of, keep up. And this one is processing, how do we even find out what the promethium is? It's probably just, I guess the promethium is just 0.16 seconds. So that would be, I don't know, maybe that's not so much. It would probably be 16 per second. I kind of want to try that, maybe. Oh, I don't want to ruin this. Feels weird that I don't have any promethium on Novice. I would have expected that to be the case. No, I haven't dropped anything off. Weird. I thought I would sort of drop something else. Again, you fly around to pick up stuff and fly back then to the edge. If so, is there maybe a possibility with enough P? With enough P? What is P? With enough promethium, you could get extra done. I don't have excess promethium. Why do you think we have excess promethium? We don't have excess promethium. This is scaled exactly towards coming back with enough that it can start. It will get the 165. The 165 is consuming basically all of this. And then by the time it gets out, it has to fill up the reserve again. So I don't have excess. I don't have excess promethium. So there's no excess to be getting rid of. Because if I had excess, I would just shorten this one so that I wouldn't have any excess and have a quicker round trip. Because it's the last 18 minutes of the round trip that is that's my challenge here. See, it's coming in 2 batches. That's like 10 seconds we could save there. And then as this one batches out again. And we're out. On the factory, feel free to ignore. No, it's alright. Yeah. Other problem. Yes, it's quite ingenious. But this, the uncommon promethium, it's definitely an option. I just really would like to know how many it would require. So maybe I do this one, also request some there. So we can do some testing on the way up. Uncommon is 200%. Yes, uncommon is 200%. So basically you get 4 and you get 1 uncommon or better out, and that uncommon has 2 times. So you kind of you lose half of the capability by doing that, which means you have to mine twice as much in order to do that. And then you also have to do the same thing with Biterex, which I can't really. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. This is not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Why is it not gonna work? I like the option of premium, but you need to trust the rares that eventually drop out. Okay, so why is it impossible for us to make it work? Does the spoil timer reset when it goes through the recycler? Yes, it does. But if I am now saying, okay, so instead of 165,000 normal biter eggs, I now need 100,000 uncommon biter eggs. Then I can't use this format because this format only generates normal. Then I have to get all of these out into upcyclers and store them. And how the hell am I going to store them? And then the ship comes in and they get like all sorts of varying degrees of spoiled eggs, which I can't manage because I don't know when they're spoiling. It's not going to work. The Prometheum mining time would go up as well. Yes, I need to mine twice as much to get the same value. So I don't think it works, but it's the biter eggs that doesn't work. Can biter eggs be done on another planet like Aquilo? You can transport them to Aquilo and then you can recycle them there, but it doesn't matter because it's still going to be... If I need to have 100,000 uncommon eggs ready, some of them are going to be pretty damn spoiled, even though they have longer spoil time. So I'm going to take a short break and then we'll see. Let's see if one of these ships is... This one is the one that's most active. Right, so I think the only thing that's viable is actually the... not even very viable. The productivity module. So let's give that a shot and see what we can do with that. Okay, there's a little bit of a caveat that I completely forgot. When you do recycling, what happens? 25% gets through, 75% gets deleted. Of the 25% that survives, 25% gets upcycled. That means it's 6.25% that gets. So if I put 100 in, then I get 6 that is higher quality. That's a pretty shitty deal. So that's going to be a no to that solution as well. Which also means that I don't need to bring... where? Which one? Wasn't it one of them that I... This one. There. We don't need this anymore because that's irrelevant. Yep, so that's not working. High quality X, that's also completely impossible. The point was that it would the benefit would be higher quality X, right? The upcycle can also double upcycle at 0.6%. Is that something you want to put into the calculations? Because I did. It was rounded down to nothing. And on top of that, it's not working. $600,000 biter eggs on one ship, on a ship, done deal. Yes, that may be just the only option is to just basically make bigger ships. Because right now the problem with these ships is, well, they are constrained by the... Basically, I have designed this. This is the constraint, the engine of it. And it can't consume faster than this at peak. And then I have designed the cycle to match this part. But if I made a different design here, then I could also have a different width and size and all that stuff. Well, it was possible, but it was just that all the X stuff is plain hilarious when you take it out of context. Oh yeah, absolutely. If casinos get nerfed, would be good solution to make the chunks you pick up directly themselves very quality. No, that would not make any sense. That would be nightmare for the average user. No, if the casino, this is something that a lot of people think about. Like, oh, what are they gonna put instead of the casino nerf? Like, the whole point of it is that they don't want it, so they're not gonna add something else instead, because they don't like it. So if they nerf it, they nerf it because they want to get rid of it and want us to not use it. So they're not going to be like, oh, here we nerfed it and put something else that we'll then abuse and come up with and find out to be even more broken. So yeah. Hey, Nikon, thank you for the 49 months.
Our illustrious
yeah, to fit 4 cryos, but then it's a completely different ship. And I don't really know if I want to redesign the ship from the ground up now. Hey, Will. It was never intended in the first place. I think you're putting too much stock in the design decisions, right? We were there, and it was broken in so many ways that they never intended. So I think that yes, it was never intended that we could do this, but you know, when you have things that have 400% productivity and all that stuff, then, or 300% productivity, then bad shit is gonna happen. But that's they set the rules and we abuse it within the rules. So Colonel Will, I heard that you have one giant ship for Prometheum. Can you share some stats about it? Like just how big it is? My ships are 6 chunks wide. And obviously they could be better. Oh, that's not good. Oh no. Oh no. Why? 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 How is this happening? Yeah. Really? Can we just survive there? That's all requests satisfied. We need to survive the last bits. I have no idea how that happened. Really doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, these two are empty. They don't have any fluoroketones, so even though they... I hate this. It's so bad at sharing these. It's so bad. Because when you put it in here... Okay, well, we survived. Interesting. Belt is the wrong way. Huh. That's also weird, but... Okay, yeah, that was actually it. When is it coming out? Did you goof the belt again? Yes, but I goofed it in a new and exotic way. Let's see if the other ones have the same issue. Nope. Nope. And nope. Okay, so somehow Freak was the freak. But survived. These two seem to have a lot of fluoroketone, and this one have nothing. So. When is it coming out? When they going to nerf the LDR shell? Yes, LDR shell. Holds 1.1 million chunks for the return trip. It takes 200,000 eggs on the outbound trip. Travels 550. How the hell do you get to 550? Do you use stacked thrusters? Because I can't get beyond 400 and a little bit for wide ships. Oh, this was just so weird. Three layers of thrusters. Okay, well, then all of your learnings are completely invalid to me because I don't want to do that. Damn. Yeah. Next time we hope to double to 1.6 minutes per trip. Yeah, but the problem is I'm constrained by the speed of the ship. And when the speed of the ship is 400, then I can't reach very far out to where it's really beneficial, where I really get a lot of stuff. It's for the inner dash. Sure, I completely understand, but if I look at my sort of consumption graph here, then it's this one, right? And the majority of the time is actually getting out to the most beneficial part, where it peaks at 22, and then basically when it gets out here, it kind of already heads back. It can't go above 22,000 because that's the capacity of everything. Is thruster stacking in the works to kill 2? I don't know. I just don't like it. I think it's awful, and it just kind of, it looks really. I mean, not that this is a beautiful ship or anything, but it feels so abusive. It's also again clearly not intended. Because if it was intended, they would not cast a shadow. But the shadow is lazily small. Some developer went like, this is fine. Like, ugh, it's never fine. So. What did I actually want to see? Yeah. Good. Right. So that means our best bet is to get... I probably want a 4th ship or a 5th ship, but that would require us to... let's start making a 5th ship because it doesn't hurt for us to make one. Moon is... Okay. This is... Gotta get the Prometheum indicator. There, very reasonable name. The shadow has been increased several times. Okay. Funny. And then the next thing that happens is that they go like, fuck it, int max. Like, overflow problems. But it is a weird thing. Like, do they want us to do it or do they not want us to do it? Because in a ship like this, we could just say, you know what? I'll actually have all my thrusters sort of embedded inside the ship, because why not? Just embedded and then have sort of a giant space in here and then sort of a little bridge. Yeah, it was only 20 tiles. What is it now? 50 tiles or something? I don't know. $100 tiles, mate. No. $80 tiles, maybe? Space platform, next hype train conductor. What a... yeah. I like that it's discouraged to stack, but still possible. Yeah, I'm not keen on that idea. There. Well, this is gonna take forever to build, but what is it I want to build from this? Since they're all the same ship. Okay, our options are to try to make a new ship. To sort of, let's make it wider and see what happens. I can make it one chunk wider on either side. And then we can have 4 stacks here. That'll give us more room for this. Let's do that. It shouldn't be too difficult to make it stacker. Make it bigger, yeah. Nukes, oh, yeah. So landmines, and then you bring a biter egg, and then the biter egg hatch, and then it falls on the mine, and the mine explodes, and making a chunk out of your base, and then voila, you have a hole. 10 wide. No, we're gonna go 8 wide. I also fucking hate belt stacking. I hate it. But it is what it is. I need to make a flight donut then. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah. Alright, let's... I like making spaceships. It's fun. And we get a next hype train here. Like Audi logo. I don't know why you'd want that, but sure. Right there, it's 1, 2 chunks upwards. That seems reasonable. How much do we have stored on the planet? 12,000? Don't think that's enough. Well, I know it's not enough. So this is the width that it is currently having. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. And there. Well, off we go. Oh, here's another important aspect of this. They are receiving really slowly because there's only a bit. So let's get this one over here and here. Because then it can receive many more at once. Now it can only receive 3 at once. But with this stacked up... No. What we do, whatever tricks we use, Prometheum pods will never produce in the same one as the others. Nope, correct. And also, the other part is that it just kind of... It ruins the frame rate, as you can see here. I don't know what kind of frame rate you're running at, but this is not impressive. Well, it is kind of impressive considering how big the base is and how it's just chugging along at exactly 1 million signs per minute. Very neatly, when it's working. But it just needs a little bit more. The problem, I think, with this one is that now I can't use this design here. because I'm gonna need to have it work faster. And this is so well tuned. This is really well tuned. It's for considering that I wanted to have it as close here as possible, but I found out that this could sort of be jumbling from here to here to here, and then the eggs could go out here as well, and it's just like, whatever, it works. And I'm also just having the eggs sort of stuttering so they don't overflow here. Yeah, so I want this to be a full ship. Alright, it's coming out, only coming in after all the rest of the crap is coming in. Yeah, working. It uses 4x more game update than all the others combined and produces one both amount. Something like that. It's, if I park these ships at home, then it would be not really be a problem. Alright, so now we are, if we look at Navis here and look at the logistics, we have 214 or 13,000 from medium science, and the next one, Davis here, is coming in. That's lovely sound. Zoom out a little bit. And then it triggers the biter eggs. And once that comes in, this takes forever because I would love to have an update that lowers the time it takes for a rocket to reach orbit. That would be lovely. Also, this sound is amazing. If this setup is more or less complicated than the actual alarm app, I don't know what an alarm app, what do you mean? I mean, there is a lot of code in this, but the code is illustrated as sort of conditions and belts and overflows and all that stuff. Is the game frozen? No. It's just waiting for things to get to orbit. It takes forever. That's such a silly view. And then, unfortunately, we can't get all of it in one batch, so it has to come in 2 batches, which is something I'd like to have. So that would be like 76 additional rocket cargo bays I would need in order for this to work. So this one drops down to 0. And then, once this one launches, the next batch, it heads out. I know I could cut a little bit out, but I like this being sort of really smooth. There we go. So very consistent. And now it's heading out for another batch, another round. And in the meantime, this counter is counting upwards until emergency. And now on Novice, we now have 646,000. So when the next one comes down in, it actually hopefully should have dropped below 500,000. Because otherwise it gets stuck in orbit. Not stuck, it just kind of waits there. Let's see, you are heading out, you're heading out. And you're heading back. You're almost back. Okay, but that should be fine. So they'll come in those 4 batches. Okay, this ship. It's getting there, it's getting there. Good. Let's start copying things from this design so we can also get this inbound. I have a feeling that this is overkill. But I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Is a limit to how wide you can make it? No, not really. Is the reason why you don't quadruple the design? Well, a lot of things, bad stuff happens once you start escalating out. First of all, this ship is not getting any normal asteroids from the front. It only gets the normal asteroids from the side, which means that this one is getting all of the resources for this. So the wider the ship gets, the less or the longer time it takes to start up. That's a one-time thing, so it's not really a big deal, but it's still a little bit annoying. Then, aside from this, well, it means that there's longer lead time from anything. Like when you craft something, it takes a longer time to fill up all of these buffers. And if something is running out, you also need more. And at some point, this plus this isn't really going to keep up with the demand for explosives. Guess how many hours of Factorio I played before I realized you could copy design recipes from an assembler directly into a requester box. I don't know, 1,000 hours, because it was several thousand for me. Or maybe it was just added at some point. This is such a monster. That's not a stupid idea. To put another production module for the black science, you would need another free side at the center of the platform. Could you put 2? By playing around the cargo base. Yeah, I probably could, somehow. Because if you look at it, I have... Previously I was saying, oh, this has to be next to it. But then I decided that's not really necessary anyway. I can also just go completely crazy and say, I don't have any way of getting rid of this. Then I could easily make more. Then I could sort of have it on both sides and then have the... yeah, I think I'd actually like that idea. Let's try to look at that. Oh, no, that's not how it works. It has to be like this. Or... yeah. Really? Yeah. There you go. Make it very wide in the front, like a T. You add thrusters at the back of the side fin to go. That would be arguably not thruster stacking. It's not going to get us more. If I'm not thruster stacking, then the maximum number of thrusters I can have is 1 next to each other all the way over. Whether I then make them up or make it like a shape up like this, then that doesn't really matter. Things that were there in the blueprint. Control shift click. Yes. I like this. This is a good idea. Because then it can actually separate the two sides coming in here. I like it. It'll probably have all sorts of other issues, like not being able to get enough outbound, but that's a big boat. Yeah. You know how I always wanted a boat. Let's actually get some power in. Yes, 2. All this shit, I can remove that. I love designing spaceships. This is why I keep doing it, I guess. Doesn't change anything if I go below. And 100, and then also get some of this. Whew. Too exhausted for an other side. I don't know. Solar, yes, solar. That's true. Yep, that's gonna take a little bit. And an assembler. The assembler's here. Just keep launching. Always launch more of this. We can't have enough of this. I love this part. Like, just bigger, yeah. Every time we rebuild it, they go like, oh, this is bigger, this is bigger, this is gonna be huge, and then we build it bigger again. Okay, so we get a little bit of power in here. Is it enough to spin something up? Not really. That is coming. Why is Fulgora? Ever seen the TV show Bigger? Bigger? No, I don't watch TV shows. Why is Fulgora such a pain in the ass trying to get a quality scrap recycler going, but there's way too many gears? Oh, that's my fault. Literally my fault. You can ask Colonel Will. Remember, if, when we went to the PR event, the ratio was 12% gears, and I landed on Fulgora, and then my spaceship blew up, so I had to do a fresh start on Fulgora, and it was so ridiculous shortage of gears. Like, it was unbelievable. It was like sitting there just waiting for gears to get there, because you need belts and you need inserters, and they are extremely gear intensive, and you just didn't have enough of anything. And I talked to Vaslo, and I was like, oh yeah, I can see that. And then changed it to 20%, and that was a mistake. It should not have been changed to 20%. It should have stayed at 12%. So I am more than a little bit at fault for ruining that, because it's freaking annoying. But I will give you an advice for Fulgora about this. So what you should do is you should make... Are we done with the eggs? No, we're never done with the eggs. Let's see. Here is a recycler. This recycler, when it gets stuff back, it doesn't recycle the gears together with everything else because it's 20%. So I just get all the gears out here, and then this thing is handling 480, up to 480 gears per second. It can get rid of by this. So this will take 20%. Dosh said the same thing. All right, then it's Dosh's fault. Dosh's fault. Definitely. Whew. Not my fault. When a sudden explosion made me jump up. Oh no. Good. Good thing we can keep you awake during dinner. I don't think I need this one. I just think I need... Nah, I think I needed this one anyway. At least let's just get like 2,000 extra. Lots of ship again. No, I want a 5th ship that's even bigger, and if I like it, then the other ones get overhauled. Lots of ship again. Dude, where's the confidence here? None of it. It isn't, I guess. Ah. And then the corner. I love the corner. Corner is so good. Good. Oh, God. I don't know if this works. Yeah, it does work. Nice. And so then we can start doing sort of the logistics of this, how many we have. That's the last one. Okay. So, how many? 10, 11. 11. What the fuck can I do with 11? God damn it. 11 is useless. Like, if it was 12, then it could be 3 plus 3 plus 3. Alright, but it's now 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2. Alright, well that's gonna have to be it. And it actually fits perfectly like this. Damn, so nice. And then all of this spaghetti has to be re-spaghettied. Why not add another section? Because it was first 4 chunks wide, then it's 6 chunks wide, now I'm making it 8 chunks wide. So then we'll get the next one. We'll do it incrementally and not just... There might be all sorts of weird things that I didn't cater for or didn't consider here, right? So... It isn't that wide. No, it's not. I could also just check out the middle 2 here. But it is. It's like that. Oh, wow. It's actually 1 tile too much out. Like, ideally, I would want 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles in. What would happen if I took this out? That's no good. Look at the merge of this. What? That's not working. That's not working. There you go. That's symmetric. When the ship is directly proportional to production, you can calculate how wide the ship should be. Maybe consolidate operating ships into 2 gigaships. It'll be all sorts of other problems then. Because if I... Yeah. Maybe. But I'm gonna do it this way. And then we'll see. Still not symmetric. No, it's not. Because this... I know why. Because this one... It should be basically like this. here, but flipped, of course. Like that. But I'm still considering if I could just delete this part. That means I don't have any railguns in the middle. Is that important? That's the annoying sound that I can't stand. Yeah, but now it's too slim. I don't like that. Why was it I didn't like the other one? Maybe I did like this one anyway. Oh, right. No, I know what I did wrong. I'm obviously not supposed to bring it all the way in, but only 3 tiles in. Four, 5, 6. Yes, they're all 80% done. Now I take this out. And look at this. Okay. Yeah, but kill that. And then I need to figure out how this matches, so it doesn't. Yeah. Okay. This is, yeah, this is needed to, this is the actual output here. This is the stuff I need. So I'm gonna get 1. This is 1. So I'm gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe. And that's 1. And then 2. Okay, looks like it works. So you are gonna be here. This is 1, 2. Three. Okay, so these 3 go into the next one. Then the next here, and then that one. All right. Okay, this is good. This is actually really good. Surprisingly good, actually. Huh. Mercure, thank you for the 12 months.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Is there a better way to calculate rocket throughput from one planet to another without using trial and error? No. Rocket, I mean your spaceship? No, not really. I don't, not that I know. Huh? Tile placement, oh, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. Wow, this ship is starting to, I don't know what it's starting to. Radmus, thank you for the prime. Welcome.
Steel yourself. We are building an army.
It's gonna be fun to see if this thing that I left out was actually important or not. And corner. Well, that's actually a little bit more risky than I thought, because if I had used cut, as I very often do, instead of that would have been bad news. Don't cut. Copy. Yeah. Oops. Okay, so this is having issues now. Nope, it's not. And then this part is just the normal mess.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Okay, and that's Lodeda Hun. Thank you for the 9 months. So I'm gonna take this. Flip. Should work, right? Travel build is in the way. Whatever. Don't know what was it. It was probably this one. Okay. I don't think you need to be here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these 4 lanes. I don't like that they're right flush against this. Okay, here you've also moved it in 1 tile, but I think I need it in move it in 2 tiles. Can I do that? The reason why I want to do that is because of this one. I'd like to have this here. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3 tiles. Ugh. No, it's 2 tiles wider. So I'd like to have it right here. To sort of say, okay, I get 4 lanes in. They're going to be working like that. There. There. The problem is now I'm wasting these 2 tiles. Still, I like it. Oops, definitely not it. Yeah, okay. Good old autosave. Where's the last one? What? Oh, yes. Yeah, it's the same shape here. Good, 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 good. We should all know that combine speed module with quality modules makes totally sense, especially with cryogenic plants. Quality change drops from 49 to 43, but speed increases. Yes. Legendary rocket fuel. Yes. It does make sense if you have something unlimited, but it's rare that you have those cases. And your example of legendary rocket fuel is also like, I have no idea what you'd want legendary rocket fuel for. Faster trains, yes, but what do you need trains for? So it's true, and it's something to keep in mind because it's easy to discount that. All legendary. Okay, so it's just like a achievement of something. Also belts. Legendary belts are super awesome. Faster rockets, I wish. Okay, I think this ship is looking glorious. Whew. Now what? Now what is the next thing? The next thing is the sides. I'm not going to redesign everything when all the stuff we have already done is pretty solid. So this should be a module like this. And then we can just keep stamping this one down. Higher HP because you really need higher hit points for your belts. By the way, this is completely irrelevant. Almost. But it's like I need a little bit of defense on the side, so I put a little bit of defense on the side. And then I completely overdo it. These are idle. Let's see if you are far out here, so let's have a look at what's happening here on the side. Nothing much, but they do collect a lot of items going by, which is just filling up the belts here. Oh my god, it's slow. 23 now. Why? Where did my updates go? Damn it. My updates are gone. They're completely gone now. Yeah. I did feel that it was extraordinarily slow, but and it is. So now is research. Yeah, it had the dip, and now it's running stable for a while. Why not use legendary platform tiles to increase overall ship health instead of spending more turrets? Turrets kill incoming asteroids, but if you don't want to kill them, then you don't. It doesn't matter how many hit points you have. A colossal or a big asteroid will just go straight through everything anyway. So yeah, Are there no performance mods? We have added 2 performance mods, but that's it. We are just shit out of luck, to be honest. This is why this is the last science, because once we get the science going, there's just nothing to do. Okay. So what is the next thing? The next thing is to have this belt. This, oh, it jumps by 2, damn it. Alarm, alarm, alarm. It's an everything is okay alarm. I have 4.1 thousand, so that should be fine. We can happily ignore the alarm. It is the all clear, everything is good alarm. That's the closest we can make it. Okay, good. Happy. This one goes out and... What is this? Oh, that's the... Okay, and... Huh. Oh, it just barely reaches out there. Okay. But this one jumps in underneath and goes straight in. That's much better. Okay. Oh, maybe I don't want it here. I don't know. But this is going to be the asteroid, or the... That's going to be this one, actually. They're just a little bit misaligned here. Same, that's slightly misaligned here. Yeah. And this. This does not seem... Oh, right, it's because it's the same thing. Alright. Is this only one side? This is only on one side, and that side is the top side. There. Then it should work. And this is just junk. A little bit of ice thrown out here. All good. That's actually not bad. You could compact this design to get a little more speed to reach the Shadow Planet faster. Who's going to the Shadow Planet? I've been there and it's not where I'm heading. And compact the design to get a little more speed. Yeah, no. 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 Just no. Just flat out no. Because if I narrow it, I'm collecting less promethium. So the whole point is making it wider so we collect it. So you can go like, oh, but then the rest of it doesn't have so wide. Well, it does, because this is the only place I can collect the normal asteroids. So if I make this in here, then it's never going to collect any asteroids, and then I don't have a ship that works. And then I have to sort of reconfigure the front, because this is a Prometheum ship and it needs to be optimized for Prometheum, not for everything else. So, yeah. And this space in here is actually going to be needed for a lot of this here. So, less height, yes. Less height would mean less storage, and I do need storage. So, it could be slightly smaller, because I then have 4 columns instead of 3 columns. But honestly, I don't think that's really what matters. Let's do a left, right, and bottom. Left, right, and bottom, and the cargo bay just go up if the eject system can be made. What? Left, right, and bottom, and the cargo ships just go up. I don't know what you mean. Like, you mean like up here? That this area is for cargo base. Less so. This. Less so actually. This part here. It's more. Actually, I want this to go around and then probably go up like this, and then have. This cannot oh, it no, it does need the out ones. Yeah, okay, so it does need 4 lanes in. Technically we could just get it in here. Now I can get it too closer anyway. Yeah, that's not bad actually. And let me just do this. Ah. Big fan, cheers. Thank you. Again. Oh, did you... Sorry, I must have been busy. It's also a little bit past 10 o'clock, so we need to take a break. So this is the intention, that this will be our main storage. And it's not because it needs storage, it's because it needs... Well, it also needs storage, but it also needs to receive a lot at the same time. So that's the intention of this. And then we can have here inbound. Not bad. I don't know if this is going to be it, but then we have the other designs. That one. Which we're then going to get. Something like this. 4 wide. Not 5, but this is... 1, 2, like this. How much space do we have in the middle? Way too much space. Damn. Don't know if that's a good idea, but you know. Oh right, it's not actually like this. Because I'm gonna need to get 8 lanes up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these lanes need to go in here. All of this I'll get done later on. I don't think that's something I want to mess around with right now. And here I'll have an 8x8 splitter so that each side, if they're uneven, will be split evenly. And then I don't need this one if I have an 8x8 splitter. And I still need to take my break. Damn you. Take my break. Good. Which means this one can go further up. Stop playing. Throughput. Ah. Is this the one? This is a lane balancer.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is
Kai, thank you for the 4 months. We'll take this. This is in line, which is nice. Yeah. And then, of course, this part could move further up, but I just wanted to spend the time on getting it in. Cool. That's our ship. Let me take a save, because it does have a tendency to crash. And let's 2-minute break. This is a glorious big ship that someone could claim if for the next hype train. Be back in 2 minutes. Luckily, that's not an annoying sound at all. So let's jump in and see. Yeah, I'm just not 100% sure on this. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried when I hear this sound, because even though it's been running stable for a while, then I'm still not 100% sure about it. Yeah, okay, so this is working because it gets 60 inbound and then splits into 2 times 30. No, yeah, I'm sorry, but it'll pass. This too shall pass. Do we like this setup? Yes, we do. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I can get this further up as well. Let's I do want it to have it One. Use quite a few belts on this design. Okay, so this thing here. No. Because this one... Ooh, that doesn't work, right? No, it doesn't. This has to be able to get across that point and over here. Hmm? Yes. Off with that. And let me take these off so that they actually connect. Of course they don't connect. But they do now. Yes. There you go. Okay. I like this. Don't you need a... Oh, I need a bypass. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, so let's work on the bypass. I got a little bit overzealous here, so I don't think that can be done here. Yeah. Do you build volcanoes? No. Above Novice. That's just old habit. Yeah, see, this is not gonna be so easy. Well, this certainly needs to move down then. Let's just move down here just to see. So, I need to find a way to get this as compact as possible. That correct? And then obviously these don't need to be here because they can jump from here. Watch Neil's video when I have a hard time. Yeah, well that's... Guess that's one motivation. can I make it better than this? I don't really think so. And I do like having just like one line of breathing room here. So why is the other one so much better? Why is this so much easier? It comes in 3 lanes. Oh, it's a 3 to 2 splitter, and then it just goes in 2 lanes. Okay, because I have 4 lanes. Oh, shut up, cat. It's so annoying. He has been... the kids have been here, or my son has been here all last week, and Speedy has not been complaining. So, because he's just been going into his room in the evening because he left the door open, so he would just... if he wanted to snuggle, he would just go to my son. And now he goes around... meow, 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 meow. And it's a little bit annoying. Because he's kind of calling for someone. Yeah. Okay, is this a redesign to maybe optimize a bit, or redesign to make the 4 ships into 1 ship? Oh, not into 1 ship, but it's a redesign to maybe have the 4 ships actually be able to do all of it. He wants to tell you about his day. Yeah. Hey, Mark, thank you for the 66.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Look at this glorious name of this ship. Next hype train conductor. I'll just enjoy it, yeah. Also, my cat does the same thing. Yeah, I think honestly he's looking for my son, and he's like calling for him. Yeah, you're very cute, but I'm trying to work. Yes, very cute, but I kind of don't have all my time to allocate to you. So this obviously is a lot of wasted space, and I don't like it, but I can't really do anything about it. Can I? Is there another way of doing this? It's basically... It seems like a problem we've solved before. Like, I get built-in...
A kind gesture.
Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. I feel that this is a problem we've solved before. I need these 2 to merge in here. Not how it works, because then that goes into 1, 2, and then this one has to go into number 3, which is this one, and then this has to go into number 4, which is this one. It's all good, but then you can't get back in here. Like, this is fine, but that's not at all fine. Yes, and this one is also fine. This one not so fine, and this one not at all fine. Are we making the ship even worse this time? Yes, of course we're making it worse. That's kind of why I put so much effort into my designs, is because I strive to make like the worst ships. And I've been really successful in making really bad ships, but this one is just even worse. Sorry, wider. Yeah, also that. Thicker. Thick. It's a thick ship. I think this actually turns out to be really good. It's dummy thick, I think, is what it's called. The worst. Mm-hmm. It's not the worst. It's really good. There's a little bit of idle space here. If anyone has a better way of compressing this, then I'd love to hear it. It feels like that it's possible. Eight to 4. 8 to 4. Yeah, I still have to get it in there. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Oh no, we're coming to the crashing period because all the ships are outbound. Well, these two are homebound now. This is outbound, this is outbound. And we are starved for stuff here. Yeah, not really getting it. Not really getting it. 652. And also these ones. I don't need to have that here. Oh, that's too many. Okay, so what if... So once this ship is full, then it has 4, 4, 8, and then I have 6 of these columns. So no, like this. Okay, so 75,000. So each column is 75,000. Good to know. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6. That'll be 600,000. So this will be 1,500, 150, 300, and then something extra. Yeah. Okay. Would it be worth cycling the 4 ships every 12 minutes? There isn't any way to guarantee that. I can sort of let them... I have tried to spread them out, and then they, as long as they keep the rhythm, but if there's just one thing that, let's say, for some reason Aquilo doesn't have enough quantum chips, then it stands there a little bit longer, and then we have the issue. Yeah. Would normal storage rather than bulk storage be better for UPS? I think so. I think it would be. But it's like, this one can store 50 chunks. So the density is very low. Here we go. I just want to see it. I'm not risking these giant ships. Is the FPS? Yes, 60 still? No, not even close. We're barely holding at 30. So no, very much not. Docking would be nice. An incredible sleek tender ship to race by the... Docking would be great. I think that the one thing sort of, which is not something they can add really realistically now, is that how I would have designed it, looking at it right now, spaceships, I would say each planet can have one space platform and X number of spaceships. Because the space platform sort of has something cool things about it, like you consolidate things and you build docking bays and you like, and you can, wouldn't it be cool that you could sort of have undergrounds on, you sort of have undergrounds, and when the ship comes in, then they connect to undergrounds on the ship and go, then they transfer, for example, like that, or I don't know, like there's something that makes it feel like it's I shouldn't use the word realistic, but what I really feel is one of the problems with it is that I don't feel a connection between the spaceships and the planets. They don't feel like they're docked over. They're sort of disconnected from the everything else. So like these ships, Where are they? I have no idea. Yeah, I can see some arrows back and forth here. That's fine, but I don't know what they do or where they are. I don't have a geographical feel for it. Sure, I can look at this, but so if there were like a docking station above each planet that you built, and then things could dock, maybe the docking station could actually have boxes. Maybe that would be the distinction. That's the one that has boxes. You hear the alarm, but the eggs are not being dumped. Correct, because I have cut it so close now that they can actually consume the eggs with 46 seconds left on the eggs before they spawn. But even though it's been running like this for 10 hours, I just don't really feel safe to just have it run blindly. So I allow it to go for an alarm just to piss off Isolde. No, not really, but that is an unfortunate side effect of it. So Space Travel mod is better in that regard. I don't know what it does. I also think just this part about having the planet in the background is an amazing idea, and damn, they should have added that as default. This could go one end. If that would make any difference, it wouldn't. Okay, so we just kind of have to wait for this one to work. Mod for the planet is nice, but it's too distracting in practice. I don't know, it's just... thinking, at least at the beginning, it would be very nice to have. Okay, and this rocket engines of this is going to be exactly the same as what we already have. Easy peasy. And and then I get the ship. This annoying thing that I spent way too much time on building. My god, was that frustrating. I don't even understand how it was so frustrating, but it was. Oh, the ship is bigger now. Oh, crap. I think they can make it this close, but it has to be right there. Ooh, I need more. Oh no. This is not going to be enough fuel. Because I'm going to need... How many is this? This is 17... No. It'll then be 16. 16 times... How many Vs? 1, 2, 3 Vs. Because it's 6 wide, and then it's 8 wide, so it's 4 Vs. So that one. Plus 1. Times 300. What? Oh, someone changed my keyboard. No! Shit, I hate that. That's the worst thing. And it consumes 300. So that's 1950. How much are you producing? Oh, plenty. Oh, it's way overscaled? Yeah, okay, no worries. 65 engines would fit. Here, 16 more than this. Yeah, that's 65. Good. Which one? Magmarel is the one that comes home first. Yeah, you're heading to that. Okay. So that actually tells me that I don't need. It's the same as this one. Good thing I made it into a small bus system, because that's going to be super helpful now. I don't know. Oops. Let's do this one just for now, and then we can cut it a little bit off if we need to. Well, last thruster on the right. It is, but it isn't. I can't even zoom down here, because it's getting the fuel from this side and it's getting the other thing, the oxidizer on that side. It's similar to this one. And I just need this replicated over here. Basically gonna do this. Basically gonna do this. No. Here. And then... Oh, I can't flip it. God damn it. Okay, okay. We're just slowly starting to make the entire ship. There we go. It's a chunky boy. But now we have all the ingredients, all the base components. So putting them together is actually, I like that. It's like more Lego pieces we put together. What is your go back condition from the Shattered Planet? It's still not the Shattered Planet, but heading towards it. My condition is I've been flying for 10,050 seconds. Why? Because that allows me to, like this, get a full ship coming back, but not actually more than full. This is slightly overfilled, but I needed to come back with a full ship. And right now there's not much, there's not any more. There's a little bit here, but they are collecting it. So it is not actually full. It's very, very close to full. You can see how close it is to full here. And we're now getting out here. So this is perfectly timed that if I go this far and come back, then I'm going to have a full ship. And then I'm going to consume 412,500 on a cycle. And then I'm going to go out for 1,050 seconds and then come back. And then it's perfect. That's why. So you can see they're actually still collecting a little bit here, which I think is amazing. Even though we are now past... So they're in There you go. Wow, that is almost full. Almost. A few things are, but this is perfect. Very nice. You get working. That's a fun signal. We can start doing all of this. Good. So, maybe you can make more hub storage in the 4 lanes on top of medium storage. Maybe I can, but I don't think I need this more storage than this. I can also just squeeze out here if I want to. I can get down here and start sort of doing undergrounds on like this one. I have this interspersed here. I could do that the same, but I don't know if it doesn't super appeal to me. So I think I'm gonna leave it for now. Oh, that's weird. Why is that? Oh, because this is not set up correctly. There you go. That's something, right? That's a little bit of extra spacing here. Okay, and over on this side, there is, that one is a legacy thing. Yep. Oh. That's not working. There. That's about as much as I can tolerate of this. Oops. There. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Some one-time egg loading. Yes, that's what we want to get. Smashing. And this one. Flip. Oh, it's actually perfectly aligned already. This one, what are you doing? You are... Yeah, that needs to then be rotated. Yes. This is another issue with this, is that the belt is so long now that it takes forever to go around for all of our ingredients here. Yeah. I love this tinkering. Flip. Like this. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Battle Nagari. We can't lose Battle Nagari again. Since your flight time affects your collection rate, would you make the storage longer, let's say per block, or do you already cap out the collection rate? I cap out the collection rate to the point where I'm like, my constraint is the consumption of biter eggs, like the biter or the duration of the biter eggs. As you can see here, I need to consume these in 30 minutes. So with the consumption rate I have, I can consume exactly 165,000. 165,000 requires 412,500 Promethium chunks. So I need to make sure that the round trip is so long that I get exactly 412,500 Promethium chunks on average, and a little bit of buffer. And that's the reason why it's 1,050 seconds, because that's just what I calculated it for, and sort of tried a little bit more, and I saw it lost a little bit, and then it went up a little bit, and I was like, okay, now it's steady. So if I make it longer flight time, then since the construction, the amount of science I make on a trip is 495,000 science, then if I make the trip longer, then I get less science per minute. So you can somewhere, yes, definitely we'll need to figure out how much we are going to be sending up for this new ship. And happy, it's done. 100 done. And then there's always a little bit here, but who cares if they spawn. 44 seconds is the buffer we have, but then we could get more. No. Because the thing is, if you just leave a little bit of biter eggs, I'm dealing with so massive quantity, like 165,000 biter eggs, that I kind of tend to forget, like, oh, but it's only like 2,000 biters. Like, oh yeah, wait a minute, 2,000 biters spawning right here. What's gonna happen? Let me see. How many hit points do you have? You have exactly 1,000 hit points, right? Yeah, 1,000 hit points. Oh, and by the way, it doesn't get better with the higher quality, it seems. Oh, it does say that it does, but buildable on base platform. Are bulk inserters faster than fast inserters for items that don't stack? They're exactly the same. But I just don't use fast inserters because there's no reason to have them. Like, the cost of those is negligible at this point. So the thing we're missing is this one. That's actually the entire ship now, almost. That's a lot of belts. That's a god-awful amount of belts we need for this. Goes in, goes up, spread out or balance, and go out to this side. It's good. This thing, I really want this to move this a couple of tiles down now. Oh my god, I want it. I need it. Oh, I need it so badly. Huh. Did they drop down? No, they're here. they're just waiting for, I don't know. I'm trying to collect them again. Nom 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 nom. Come on, build these. Why am I not building? There's a rather long build. Yeah, but there shouldn't be, because there's not really a lot of other things that you can build out here. So why? What is it trying to build? This is on the way, sure. This one, not so much, but so why not? Oh, there we go. Now I got it. Let me take this down. Looks much nicer. Okay. How much bigger is this ship than your starter base on Navis? I mean, not really that big, because it's 8 chunks wide. So if we look at Navis and then go back here and go 8 chunks wide. Like a city block is 3 chunks, so it's barely 2 old. It's a little bit more than 2 old city blocks wide, and then yeah. So I think it's, in terms of sort of expressing it as old city blocks, then it's maybe like, I guess this would be 4 city blocks. So, you know, not so much. Yeah, but the new city blocks, well, that would be 16 city blocks then. That's just how it works. Oh, this. Okay. At least one of them is working. Oh, I need to get new stuff in here. Oops. I don't think I need this one anymore. Now we just need to get up to this amount. Still a lot of idle space here. Oh, Bartek has unloaded. Yes. And it is loading. And then we're gonna have that glorious sound of it all coming in. Hey, little kitty. Wow. Come on. Is it stuck? Nope. It's just freaking slow. It bothers me a little bit the time it takes to get to orbit, but okay. That's how it is. What's the measuring stick for the new city block again? Measuring stick is... measuring stick, I don't know what you mean, but I have a blueprint that's called measuring stick, and that's for just making sure that I place it correctly with train tracks. How many hours does he have in Guys? 0. That's a very direct question to ask. 0 hours in Guys. I don't know. It's a little personal. I mean, It is a little bit personal, yes, especially as a first-time chatter. But I mean, if that's what's on the top of the mind, then sure, get that question out there. I don't know if this is even serving a purpose anymore. It's all right. I don't know what you meant. Like, how many hours I have in this save game is 586. In Factorio in total is 8,800 and something hours. So depends on the question. Yep. Oh, it's still the undergrounds that I'm missing, and of course they're missing because I'm still missing a few undergrounds down here. There we go. Get some of those undergrounds in. Yay! Finally, we're getting a good chunk of them. On the way, 1,300. Wow, that's actually pretty impressive. Wow, so all of them are actually coming in now. Okay. What about this one? This is crafted on planet. This is also crafted on planet. So, yeah, it's not super fast. That'll probably be the one that's lagging. Just past the tutorial, something like that. There's still things I don't understand and have never really done. Wanna say hi to the kitty? Kitty. Oh. There we go. That's our little hype kitty. It's a cute little cat. He's very cuddly. Just wants attention. So while we're sort of waiting for this, then it makes a lot of sense to do this. All right, let's see. We're actually getting pretty good progress on this ship here. Looks like some distorted bear face, like a teddy bear. At the bottom, you're missing pipes. Oh, no good. At the bottom, yeah, that's true. Let's do the pipes. Good, thank you. Do you plan to take a break once you consider this run complete, or do you plan motivation to run another run immediately? No, that's a good question. Thank you for asking that. I'm gonna when I feel that I'm complete with the Megabase, then I'm gonna put it on the shelf, and then I'm only going to do masterclasses for Factorio. And then when I feel the masterclasses for Factorio are kind of not done, but sort of done a first pass of everything, then I'm going to start a new series after 2.1, where we're going to be using the masterclass blueprints and sort of make a new playthrough that's going to be more of a base in a book style. So, is this to upscale? No, it's not. Upscale? Upcycle? No. It's not. There's no quality in this. This is just to harvest more and store more and process more. And then I'm making the ship bigger than it was previously. Not upcycle. Masterclasses should ideally be every Thursday and sometimes Friday. But I'm also feeling that, especially running around here playing at less than 30 FPS, it gets a little bit tedious to wait for some things. And can you even upcycle Prometheum? Yes, you can. It's just very inefficient. You need 1907 normal Prometheum for one legendary Prometheum. Have they said when 2.1 will be out? Nope, they haven't. But it doesn't have to be like on the day that it launches, but it's more along the lines of it won't be before 2.1. That's how I feel. Because there's also a lot of other games this fall, and I think I think it's also going to be more fun if I leave Factorio for a while and then have a desire to come back. Instead of just always playing it. So we've been playing it this summer. Say goodbye to Kitty. Aside from quality enough? Nope, we don't know anything. Know nothing. Okay, let's see. This one. Well, this is now at production rate. This is almost done, which is nice, which hopefully should get us more express belts. Let's actually go back and see if the express belts are doing as well as they could be. Oh, man, I shouldn't do that, because now you're going to be yelling at me for not making them in a... I'm still making them in the normal build, because it's like, yeah, I don't need that much. It's just a one-time thing. So they're still going to be made here, like, feverishly. And they're like, why are you not making it in the other ones? I know. Oh, right, that can't be made here. Should I do that just because you're yelling at me? I already hear you. I hear you. But then ruins everything else now. Now that's ruined. Now that's gonna be a disaster that I can't recover from. No, it shouldn't be, because I don't need this anymore. So that's fine. There we go. Why would I only want that much? Damn. There you go. 500, 1,000, 4,000. Yes, 4,000. Sure, super. Go, 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 go. Trying to get all of it. Sweet. Well, I should have done that in the beginning, of course, but I didn't, and never mind. And let's see, how much are we missing? Well, 1K. That should come. Okay, that's coming in quickly now. No modules? What kind of modules would I need? I had a foundry for gears next to it. That's also true. But then I need to, if I had a foundry for gears, then I need to get the molten iron, and I don't bother with that. That's why I didn't do it. But this one was easy to add. More speed? It's still constrained by assemblers, so, or by inserters, so nope. Doesn't make a difference. Alright, let's see. It's still... This is the big holdup, so... 600. Yeah. I think this is fine. It's getting there. What about these? They're a little bit short, so... Like, this one doesn't get anything. Grumble, grumble, grumble. You're getting 40 inbound. That's good. You are also done. And this one, almost done, actually. 98 on planet. Okay, so that's good. So I'm just trying to gauge which one will be the last one to come in. This one is actually done now. And yeah, so as this space foundation here comes in, let's see. Let's have a look at the foundation. That one is one we can't really... Oh, okay. Why is this empty? I don't... Oh, stone? How... Oh, no. I don't want to go... I don't want to go down... Tumble down that rabbit hole. Yeah. Idiotic. I deleted something. There we go. I don't even want to look at all this crap here. This is infuriating to look at. I was just like, yeah, don't look at it. It's so old and decrepit and disgusting. So don't even. Up here. This one can't go any further because it's this one, and this is already a full belt inbound, and I can't really get 2 belts inbound. So this is just the speed that it's creating, and that's just it. So this is just consuming the steel. It's fine. It'll get there when it gets there. Still always 600 en route. There we go. That's what I wanted. Ta-da. Then once we get the whole ship out, then we have to... Oh, we also need to... let's start requesting stuff in here. Aha. And unfortunately, I can't request this because I don't have carbon on Navis. Right? Oh wait, I do have it now. Perfect. Sweet. Okay. Somehow. Love your streams. Thank you. What would be your playtime in game for this playthrough? 586 hours on this playthrough. That thing's all... Oh, that's interesting. Why did it dip? Uh-huh. Is that a new dip? Ooh, that was a new dip. Ooh, that's not good. I wonder why. We will never know. Or will we? No, not really. Here we can also see that I use 2.5 million electromagnetic science, but I need 3.8 million agricultural science because it's half spoiled by the time it gets in here. Thank you, Johnson. And I actually upgraded to have a molten iron and copper in my Navis. I also did that, but I have it down here. But it's still like old and awful, and I don't want to go back and fix it again.
Welcome back.
Your
steadfast loyalty is greatly
thank you for the 4 months. Much love from a quiet long-time viewer. Thank you. And yeah. All right. We are going to take this for a spin. Oh, the reason why I put the cat down was because I wanted to take a break. So let's take a short break and then come back and see if this ship is ready to go. Be back in 2 minutes. back. Wow. Subs today. Alright. Is this working? Still need to fix the pipes at the bottom of the ship. Yeah, let's do that now. I feel that it's a repeatable pattern. Okay, that's good. That goes... Nope. And then I need to do this part. Which will then be the other one. There. So this is good. This one is slowly getting built. Okay, we're not really missing a lot of these. 300 and everything is en route, right? Yeah. And this is actually working. You are somehow not working, but we can just keep feeding this manually. Which is nice. Hello, Tallman. Good evening. This one's just waiting to get pushed over here. Oh, please don't be too big of a network. Ooh, no, that would be bad. Okay, now it's connected, and it's 257 out of 320, so it's good. This one's slowly getting made, and now we can also fill this one up. There we go. Alright, so fuel is actually full for once. This is such a good way of getting this ship started. Because we barely harvest anything until we get moving. Hello, Spammy Yummy. Good evening. There we go. Yep. Okay. These two can take out. Yeah, I like it. This ship is looking very juiced up. Basement. Okay, so now it's just a few of these missing. Ooh, look at that. Alright, last thing was actually the rocket fuel, the rocket engines. But they're coming. Just 5 more. Yay. Good. I think we want to save this one before it goes out. This doesn't have any ship rhythm thingy. I don't want to pick up anything. We want to get out to... That one goes in. That is not a thing. No. Does the weight of the ship change with cargo? Nope. It's sort of the... Yeah. Static weight or whatever. And you can argue all sorts of things about that, but that's just how it was. I think we want to save here because I didn't even save previously. There we go. Right, so let's take this ship for a spin. Where do we want it? That one we can take out. Oh, these are still coming in. That's just having a little bit of extra. Definitely epic gear, or is it obsolete? No, we definitely need a definitely epic gear, but I haven't set this one up, so we could of course take some other epic gear. I have night vision, I don't have a personal roboport. I also do a personal battery. Let's see if it actually comes in. I don't have anything on the planet, good, but it's not coming in. We'd also have to figure out how many biter eggs are able to handle. Because we don't have an ejection of biter eggs, which is not good. Not good at all. Nope, not good. And I think that sucks. Yeah, that's the argument for why I wanted to move this one further up, because then I could actually get some lanes. I could get 3 lanes out here. I can't get 3 lanes with this. And I could sort of just jump it through here. Bloop, 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 and then sneak 3 lanes out. 1, 2, 3. That's pretty good, actually. And then just, yeah. What the size of ship? We have no idea. Yeah, an egg launcher for the ship. I really should, but I don't. They're going to output on the same side, so that's less valuable. While this, that means they can only actually get 2 lanes out. Ouch, that's bad, because this isn't doing nothing. And I cannot get anything down here. I mean, technically I could get this one and something. Get it out here, but that's just too confusing. That is probably the least awful idea I have. There's no other way for me to get this one out. Cargo bay can move 1 to left. No, it moves in chunks of 2. So it has to move 2 tiles. Yeah, let's not have this right now, because we're not actually going to send it out for that purpose right now. We're simply going to send it out just to see if we can get it moving. It's not really moving. Why? Oh, now it's moving. Oh, it was waiting for something to come in. So you can the blue thing move 1 more tile from the bottom with the green bulb? No, it cannot. The first it can go is from here to here, so there isn't any more room for it anywhere else. Then I have to do like this. And then that is the weirdest thing I've done. Look at that. It technically works. It technically works. Oh my god, that's the worst way to do this. Oh, because the point is that then I could actually get it 2 tiles up. That's funny. Let's just get this 100 first, because otherwise it actually ejects them. sounds for you. Ta-da! We actually have 3 lanes out. But then this still needs to be moved up because I don't have room to get it through here. Ship is slowing down. Yeah, it is. Because it uses quite a lot of fuel. And it's not collecting anything. It's barely collecting anything because it's... Oh no! It's not collecting anything actually. That's kind of sucky. Yeah, I forgot to set the filter, so now I'm just gonna say no filter. Oh, not you. Ooh. Alright, let's get that in here. Because that is this one. This one dictates how much I want of each. I need more than this on this ship, I'm sure. Probably gonna be 1500. Yeah, and then this is telling that what to get. Yes. This one. Mm-hmm. There. Then we can set it back. And this one. It's having a little bit of... No, it doesn't have any fuel. The game feels so sluggish. Yes, that's because it's running half speed of what you play at. Oh, a big boost. That boost is necessary to just get something to move by here. Come on, pick up something. Yes. Yum, 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 yum. Anything. And also here, just grab something. It's not going to get much, and it's going to take forever to go back and forth, right? Here. But this is how unfortunate it has to be here. I don't even know. Does it stop at Kleber? It says it's allowed to unload, but it really isn't allowed to unload anything on Kleber. Maybe get these items in if need be. Add a little bit of juice again. And there we go. Stopped at Kleber. We managed to reach Kleber, and we don't have any ice, so we do have some calcite. All right. Looks like it's around 40 FPS. No, it's not. It's 27. It's awful. It is what it is. So, how many do we have of these actually? We have 381. So, 381 plus 3. And how many? 165,000 divided by 500. So it's enough to get all of the eggs coming in one batch. Good. If I'm getting 165. It's a nice ship. It's very structured. Surprise, surprise, it's very structured. That must be a big surprise to everyone. I don't know how fast it'll go once it actually gets going, but 350 is my hope. I hope more, but that's kind of what I... we also need to get all of the wires here connected, which is always really tedious to connect these. Where are you at now? Oh, you're stuck. So these are coming in, but nothing else. Coordinated delivery, but it's not enough comedic points. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to do that while we're on Gleba, because then I'll start requesting it from here, which I don't want. That's also an option. Basically, the stuff that gets collected here goes into the minuscule production of these rockets. So you can see there's a few rockets here that have gotten ammo. But then the stuff that gets collected here, that one goes down. And then the first thing it goes into is this fuel production. So now we're heading back. Yay! Faster, faster, faster. Consumption is not very much. It's dripping again. So we are now dipping again, but at least this boost just gives us... Unfortunately, all this crap here is not collected. This is the stuff I need. Yeah, the stuff that glances by. That's the stuff we can get. Here. Yummy, get that. Yay, ice. Nom 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 nom. Get more ice. Come on. Slowly drift into this. Slowly drift in. You can do it. You can do it. Slowly. We're looking at that one little ice chunk. It's drifting in. There. Sweet. Getting one. Getting this ship online is absolutely atrocious. It just is what it is. So. And if we look here, we can see how much is on the belt. Not much. And these 100, I think it should be 1,000. This basically says when something is above a threshold and it's the highest one there is, then start recirculating it or recycling it into some of the other ones. There we go. You're going to request eggs when you get back. Turn that off. I've turned it off. It also needs to go out and collect a full load of promethium before it is allowed to pick up any biter eggs, because I want, as soon as the biter eggs come in, then I need to produce them. So it's gonna take a while, but luckily we also have a stream on Wednesday where we're gonna continue on this. Yeah, that is a lot of launchers we can get. And unfortunately I need this to move 2 tiles up again. I love this. I love it in the worst possible manner. This is outputting here, and then it's going... It's so silly. Just when it dawned on me, I was like, oh shit, this can be done. But that doesn't mean it should be done. There. There. I'm going to turn this one around. Because I'm going to collect this again. Slowly getting there. Yeah, it's the ice that we're missing the most. Okay. Oh, I just realized that I need to check this. That means I need a lot of solar panels again. I still have them. Once this one is launching, it is on the way. Good. So I can take these out without fear of reprisal. There we go. I'm going to take this. And that will be the egg thingy out. Oh, a little bit up. Nope, there. And now I need to turn the belt again. These are underpowered, right? And then this one has to go in again. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Right? Yes, they're good. Powered. Everything is good. Happy. This silly thing is still working. Yep. It's requesting more. All of these are in here. It's all good. Right. The power is fine, so I can take this out, and then I can re-establish all of this. Okay, so now I need to... I think I just take out every... like that. Yeah. Quality epic only works when you... Yeah, I skip epic quality. I don't find it valuable. Yes, so this I just take out. And then we'll just be like, yeah, that's probably not going to be needed 1 year. Good. Oh, that's not actually enough. I need 6 wide. Oh, okay. There we go. Read the belt. And set the belt to whatever is on the belt. So whatever's on the belt, throw it out. Sweet. I think this is pretty good. Hey Benjamin, what happened to the stream? This thing. Fix the green cable. This green cable is fine. Oh, for asteroid filters. Oh, I already did that. Didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. It went away. So. There we go. Thank you. Good spot. So that's our emergency relief thing. And we're gonna get this also integrated in here. Yeah. Oh, that's... Oh, right. There. Now they are going to be... If there's greater than or equal to one skull, then they're active. So I can set the skull manually, or I can set the skull automatically from this one, which I generally don't want to do. Well, actually I do want to do it because I now have to be a little bit more careful. There. Because that is a genuine panic. And let's see. Here. This one's fine. You got everything. Is that fine? Good. All right. I think we're ready to go for another trip around, round trip. Yes. This one. I'll do that. Because when I hover here, it's nice to be able to see the indicators. I can see that indicator, I can see that indicator. I like. Actually, could I make it even better? Yeah. Yes. And then I don't have very many defenses here. Oh, this would be safer if there were 2 laser turrets into each, just because. Right, so, you know, if they spawn, then at least they have some laser turrets here and there. The ship looks bigger than last time. It is because, wait for it, it is bigger than last time you saw it. Alright, and we also have... Yeah, we also need these out here. For sure. Good, and they are coming in, fine, 25. Right. Oh, this one is... There, that's another condition. So now it'll actually leave. Oh, I don't want it to leave here. Actually, I want it to be manual because it has to go to Kleber and back again. What's your opinion on how space exploration in space, how Space Age did it? I think there's some good things about the space exploration thing. I think it got overly complicated because it had to be done within the confines of normal base game. But the idea of docking ships is much better than this sort of disconnected way of they're just sort of in the orbit somewhere-ish. So, some things I like, some things I lost in the complexity. That's a big ship. Looks really... Oh, look at that. It's moving. How fast? Yeah, barely 300. That's not good. Go, 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 go. 300. Oh, okay. I need 350. It's going to be hard to get. Can you move the trash thrower splitters? Someone is complaining. 4.3 and 1 minute 30 left. No problem. This, though, is interesting. We are running out of this science here. Aquilo science. That's very interesting. Really? Oh. Right. Ice. Ice baby. No ice. Ah. I did this again. Oh my god. How many times have I cursed the guy who did this? Are you kidding me? Ah. Right. Is the other one same problem? Yes. Are you kidding me? Legendary ice. Legendary ice. Think about it. Yeah, okay, but totally understandable. It was a known issue. It was a bad setup, and yeah, look at how stuck it is. Oh, it just wants to, it wants to make ice cream for us. It's the big ice cream truck, and alas. Magmarel. Will this be nerfed next patch? Yes. The casino, yes. And done. Okay, and what about the next hype train? That's what it's called. Where are you? You're heading back to Navis. Okay. And let's have a look at how much we have on this bus here. Okay, not much. Weird though that I'm also monitoring the other thing. Okay, here's a weird thing. How is it... How is this getting that number? This belt... Oh, right, of course, that's... But there's something wrong. Someone has been putting something out on this belt that they shouldn't have. Oh dear. Oh yeah, I haven't done these correctly yet. So somewhere over here... And this is... There we go. Zip. There's some weird residuals here. Now, more problematic. Why do we have 152 of these? So someone, somewhere, is putting... There. Who did that? Who is doing that? Not this one. There's only 2 places that it's created, and that's here. And that goes... Oh, I see. I see. Who is doing that? Well, I'm doing that. Thank you. Okay, so I need to grab from this belt. Like this. Yep. They're not going to be stacked, but that doesn't matter. So, 192. That should hopefully get less. Yes, okay, it gets less. Good. So that should empty that out. First rocket battery. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's a good point. This one is also not there yet. This is... rocket battery here. That one, rocket battery here. This one is connected, yes. And the next one here. This is coming in on both sides, so this is actually a really bad spot. Nope, it's just exactly like the other one. Good. So that's connected. 1, 2, 3, and then the residual here. The ice. The excess ice. Okay, it's getting better. Slowly. Oh no, it passed. No. Well, eventually it'll be fixed. Alright, and this, in the meantime, we can go another round. Actually, let's go a little bit further out. Let's go out to Aquilo and back again. That should be safe. And let's see what kind of speed it now accrues to. .48. Okay, we're almost done with that. Okay, so our ship is 300 and something, 320. Okay, that's good. It's still increasing. And it's on the first half. So I'd like to get it to 350. Otherwise, it just feels very slow. Come on, acceleration. You can do it. Keep pushing. And the consumption rate is 300 out of 300. So it's maximum consumption for all of them. Oh, speed is asymptotically approaching 350. So my guess of 350 was actually not off. Not a lot of. And then, of course, we cross the midway point and we get 20 more speed. We don't have any of this yet. We have it here. That's working. Yeah. Yes, perfect. Look at that. Happy. That's tons of happiness, especially because it's carbonic. Carbonic is the one we need the most of because that's the stuff that we need for rockets and or explosives. And it's just only this part here we can collect. This is the only part we're collecting. This little frame next to it. But hey, it's something. It's definitely something coming in. And down here, still 12. Can you make the ship even bigger? You can always make it bigger, but is there a point to it? Because as it gets bigger, it also gets slower, and slower means that it takes longer time to go out into the juicy parts of the shattered planet. Shattered, out in the Promethean fields. That's what we should call it. So it takes longer to get out into the Promethean fields if you have a bigger ship, because it's heavier and therefore slower. Yeah. Time to make a second ship then. You're not. Do you see that we already, this is the 5th ship we have, so, and this is why then you have another issue, and that's you can't maintain that with your PC. So it's about getting the ships to be as effective as possible. Why does this feel like 20 FPS? Because it's 27 FPS. That's why. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's lacking thrust. Huh. What is actually missing? Oh, really? We don't have this. Yeah, but that's to be expected. Once we move out here, we're going to get a lot more ice and more oxide. And oxide means ice, and that's going to be good. So what we see, what's coming in here is tons of oxide. Yum, 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 yum. Good. I was wondering, is the Shattered Planet actually the home planet of the engineer? That's why they can't go home? I think so. I think that's the unofficial lore part of it. Oh, I'm missing one little teeny tiny thing. Here. There. It balances up. Because otherwise it just goes in on one side. Oh, that. Okay, we got another warning. So far, all the warnings have been safe. This is 4.3, and there is 1.5 minutes left. Yes, 1:32. This warning is just an everything is okay warning. The usual, the best kind of warnings. Maybe I should actually do this so we get the quantum processes when we are out here on Prometheum. I think so. Yeah, we definitely should. Is the next expansion development? No. Not officially, at least. Now we're getting pretty high up on the metallic. Once it crosses 1000, then it starts converting them into some of the other ones, which will be nice. Hey, dude. Pathik, quit whining. There's still a lot of stuff left. We're down to 1 minute and 6 seconds. I mean, I don't understand why they don't make another expansion. Look at this. Yum, 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 yum. This is why it's performing so poorly. And you can also see the explosions are limited because we have an FPS mod that kind of removes a lot of the particles and explosions. Alright, you get that one in. Go, go, go. Shouldn't you take 2x Bitrix and processors? Maybe, but let's just... We don't consume as much on the Bitrix here. I mean, I could probably go 40,000 just like that. Because I'm consuming... Any of them stop working? This one stopped working. Can see we are consuming 16,500. So 30,000 is a little bit less, a little bit not enough, but yeah. Cape got a yacht, but I don't see the HL. Yeah, but the yacht is not the same billionaire yacht as most other billionaires. That billionaire Gabe's yacht is is actually a research ship. Which, I mean, usually when research ship, it's something about bringing aliens. So, you know, when a megacorp has a research vessel, it's always full of xenomorphs. So, you know, maybe we shouldn't put them in the clear yet. And the storage on the ship? Yeah, it's pretty big storage. Let's actually see if I can see that here. Storage, 21,800. 21859 stacks. So, for example, if that was science, that would be 4.4 million science we could store on the ship. Okay, so this is almost 200 left. 200 is sort of lagging behind. There. And off we go. Oh no, it says all requests. And that's not. Okay, let's just go back. Because it won't ever get all requests. There. I won't request that anyway. Did you see the new Alien series? Yes, I did. And I watched the first half of the first episode, and then I came to the stream and got like, oh my god, it's so amazing. And then I watched the second half of the first episode. I was like, oh, okay. And then I watched the second episode. I was like, what the fuck? What the hell? Why? Why did they do the same thing that they always do? Like the first one was like they were clever and they were like okay, and there was sort of world building, and they were sort of hanging out in this in the cafe area of the spaceship, and you know there was this mystique about it. It was like, oh yeah, I love it. It had the Expanse vibes together with, of course, the Alien vibes. It was like, love it. And then the second one became like every single person with a gun facing the single xenomorph was like, like, you're fucking soldiers. Shoot. And then everyone just became stupid. And they was like, because one of the cool things in the original Alien was that the human Marines, they were badass. They just weren't badass enough, except for Ripley, of course. But it was. I really wanted to like it, but then it became like, what's also the idea about these? What are they, 12-year-old kids? And just because they get adult super bodies, so. Yes, let me see. There's a spaceship crashed in a building in the middle of a giant city. There's going to be like thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of casualties. Yeah, let's send 5 12-year-old kids into that. Sure. That makes perfect. No training, no nothing, no... I mean, they're going to be traumatized to the extreme, and they're also incredibly stupid. Maybe that's fair because they're only 12-year-olds, but they're supposed to be super brainy. I was like, I'll say it. Second episode was dog shit. Yeah, it was. It just, the first one was like, oh, they're gonna be clever. Is it like Ando, where they were like, okay, going a different direction from what used, and then it was like, oh no, it became the usual where the best description of all series is from the Pitch Media YouTube channel, where he goes like, so why did they do that? So the movie could happen. And it's exactly that. Like the screenwriters are going like, okay, so they have the soldier, and then the xenomorph comes jumping out, and then, so he shoots the xenomorph. No, why not? So the movie can happen, because if they killed the single xenomorph in the first episode, then this show's over. So what's the soldier doing with the gun? I don't know, just nothing. Shooting in the air, I guess. All right, cool. Shooting in the air. Alright, cool, dead. And then you also get this cyborg character who we know is That's one of the main characters, so he has to survive. So he's held up by 4 people with guns pointing at him, or maybe there's 2 people with guns pointing at him. I think there are 4 people pointing at him. Oh, he's a cyborg. Careful, careful. And then the xenomorph comes and slashes every single one, but not our main character. It just happens to, oh, there's a sound. Let me not kill you, and go with like, oh, I hate that so much. I hate it because now we know that he is immortal. There's nothing that can happen that will jeopardize him, because clearly he's standing with his hands ziplocked, and there's a alien right behind him that just killed 4 people, and he's the 5th one, and it chooses to leave. Okay, so that's plot armor. Now, anything that happens to this involving this character is completely irrelevant, because he's immortal. He cannot be hurt. And I don't get why screenwriters don't see this. Maybe people are just so stupid that they don't sort of connect the dots. But this is the reason why I absolutely loved Heroes, first season of Heroes, and first season of Game of Thrones, because no one was safe. You didn't know who was going to survive every episode, and that meant everything was on edge. And then you get to, whether that's Game of Thrones or Heroes season 2, you kind of know, oh, these are the main characters, so they're going to survive, with a few exceptions. Save the cheerleader, save the world. Pave the cheerleader, pave the world. I love it when they kill off main characters. I love it. You don't have to do it often, but you have to do it, because then we will be on edge when something dangerous happens. If we see someone who has no combat training getting shot at by full automatic weapons and just happens to not get hit, then we go like, all right, so whatever. Like, this is the classical problem of The Boys. Like, you have Homelander, who is so supremely powerful, and then you have Hugh, who is nothing. And they, every single time, it's always like, yeah, but I'm not gonna kill you this time. I'll let you live, okay? But don't do it again. I'm like, oh, come on. There's no way that those characters would ever get to live, because it's so, when the plot armor gets so thick that it just becomes unbearable. I hate that. And they kill off main characters for no good reason, just to make the series more dramatic. I mean, when does that ever happen? When they do it, it's usually because of contract negotiations. We're like, oh, it fell down an elevator shaft. There we go, done. Off camera even. Hey, I think the ship is actually working. We won't get to see it actually come out to some... okay. I don't want to get bite us yet. Went to shit when the main showrunner, Brian Fuller, left to pursue Pushing Daisies. He left before last episode. So why last episode was bad and season 2 was bad. Well, season 2 was also bad because it was during the writer's strike, so they kind of didn't have enough material, so they were sort of like hacking it. But yeah, I love the idea of the 0.7%. The rest of it with bullshit, plot armor, and Shakata. TWD, what is that? Some examples? Oh, The Walking Dead. Ah, okay, I never watched it. Anyway, we have a ship, a new ship. It's awesome, and we're going to be taking it for a spin to out in the dangerous area tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. On Wednesday. So thank you for joining. It wasn't quite a hype train today. Very far away from hype trains today. But there was a glorious one yesterday, and maybe some other day. There's definitely a cool ship to win as the next hype train winner. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Good night. Take care and stay effective.